Hello, everybody. Welcome back to some of you who might be joining us for the second time today is, of course, the GLL Arena Summer, and we're here for the second day of NA action. Dan, you've been here with me for the last, what feels like 2-3 days. We don't know anymore. It's all just combined into one, but we did have some amazing EMEA action a little bit earlier, and now we get to roll on with the North American competition.
Yeah, I'm really excited for North America. EMEA was fantastic. There were surprises, but at the same time, we just saw some absolute dominance in the end from Ghana. They really are the best arena team in the region. That's the second tournament in a row now that they've won. I don't think they've lost a tournament that they've entered in arenas. So it was a pleasure to watch them steamroll through the lower bracket, but I'm sure that NCD, who were in the final, didn't really enjoy losing 4-0 in the best of 7. But, you know, it was entertainment at the very least.
Hey, these things happen, right? And they were on a roll. Ghana looked unbeatable at times. It was almost a surprise to see they lost that first round and had to fight their way through the lower bracket. But that's exactly what they did. And now, as I say, we move our attentions over to our North American cousins over the sea to see who is going to be crowned champion today. Now, let's take a look at the bracket. Let's see exactly what's going to be going down. This is where we got to yesterday. As you can see, our first game today is going to be My Little Phony versus Dudes Night Out. But the lower bracket is full of demons, it's full of moaners, and it's full of some very, very dangerous teams.
Yeah, it was sad yesterday to see teams like G2, Sentinels eliminated, Complexity, for example, Jojo not being a part of things, but we've come out with 6 amazing teams. Dudes Night Out was probably my biggest surprise from yesterday. I wasn't expecting them to get to the winners bracket final. That will be a tough matchup against My Little Phony, though, who have looked unstoppable, if I'm completely honest. Alpine Esports versus Moaners, Arena Demons 2 versus Ghost Gaming. Whoever wins in that matchup is going to provide with a very exciting losers bracket round 5. But I know really, deep down, we want to see Arena Demons 2 versus Moaners, because Arena Demons 2 took their name from Moaners' OG name of Arena Demons in the previous tournament. And I want to find out from Moaners if there's any copyright issues going down.
There's more to it than that, you see, because they originally, in the previous tournament, Moaners actually wanted to be called Moaners, but they weren't allowed to be. So they became Arena Demons, and then Arena Demons 2 have gone off the back of that. So there's more to it. The story develops. It gets deeper. The tale thickens. And we will get that hopefully sorted out a little bit later on. But as far as what's going to happen today, we do have a schedule to show you, just to, you know, when you need to cast your eyes back to the broadcast to make sure that you're going to catch all of these games. EMEA, done, dusted. That's all grayed out because me and Dan have put that one to bed, and so did Ghana a little bit earlier. And now we move towards our 4 games we'll be bringing you today. Best of 5s up until our grand final, Dan, where we head into a best of 7.
Yeah, grand final, is that due to start at 6 a.m. in BS?
No problem. Make it later. I'm ready. Can you tell?
Whew. We're going to be going all through the night, but I'm okay with it. I've had my cup of tea. I've had several cups of tea, if I'm completely honest. Got a cup of tea right here, but you know, NA always provides the action, don't they, on set? When it comes to Apex Legends, NA teams they hit different. No offense to EMEA. I love watching the EMEA region, but there's something about NA.
Shots fired by Dan Gaskin. He's got that American passport ready. He swaps when he feels comfortable, and today is that time for him to be a North American resident. Well, let's look at what they're playing for. Pricing, of course, is going to be up for grabs. We have a 20K total prize pool split between the 2 regions. First place takes home $4,000. Second place, $3,000. So to get to that grand final was a big jump down. You double your money if you manage to get through into those final 2.
So we're at the top 6, so you want to at least be able to get to the top 5. You want to make sure you secure $500 and then push yourself into the top 4, of course, to get 1,000 at the bare minimum. But 4,000 is a juicy amount for first place. As we mentioned earlier, Ghana are able to come away with it in Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And now we're going to have to see who are going to be the North American giants here tonight.
And before we take another look at that North American bracket, let's just refresh ourselves as to what happened earlier, because I know a few of you might not have caught the action. Let's take a look at the EMEA bracket just so we can show you how Ghana actually made their way through, because it was a treacherous path, Dan, I think is the best way to put it. They had to take down some of the biggest names in competitive Apex. You look down that lower bracket, take yourself all the way to the left-hand side, because it's 2 days of action that they had to fight through. Slot 4, Ghana, beaten by Na'Vi. Keep that in the back of your minds. They drop down to the lower bracket. Ghana take down 4 Gang, the winners of a recent BR competition. They take that one. They take that. They beat Future Perfect. They go through to play New Esports, who also beat Aqualix a little bit earlier in the upper bracket. They go through, they win. Then they get the rematch against Na'Vi. They come out on top. And then what's their result for that? You come out, you beat them, you got to play Gambit then.
Yeah, you got to play Gambit, and a Gambit who looked pretty hot, if I'm going to be completely honest, after taking down Aqualix, but not quite hot enough to beat the Ghana, who just seemed to be on fire. Kangana continued their dominance, took down VSA, who had looked like some of the favourites after day one's competition, but not enough against the losers bracket run of dreams. And then we had that grand final. It was set up to be a grand final that maybe was going to go all the way. Kangana had been going to map 5. All the other games had been going to map 5. Best of 7. Surely it goes to map number 7. No, it was done after 4. It was 4-0. It was an absolute slapping. NCD kind of tweeted out, Dolphin tweeted out afterwards saying, yeah, we got destroyed. GG's, it is what it is. But, you know, they still got second place. I'm sure they'll be happy with it.
Yeah, $3,000 in the back pockets as well. But congratulations, Kangana, once more. That's the end of our EMEA talk, though, just to bring you up to speed. Now our focus is solely on North America. So let's take another look at that bracket down, and let's talk about the games that we're going to be bringing to you beautiful people who are sat at home watching the broadcast. Shout out to you, of course, in the chat. And we're going to be starting off, as I say, with that winners bracket game. But then we have Alpine Esports taking on Monas. Monas, the team who surprised everyone in the most recent BR tournament that we saw, getting through to that grand final. So they came up short against Sentinels, but they're going to be looking for a little bit of revenge maybe on some of these teams surrounding them who might have thrown a bit of doubt their way.
Yeah, it's going to be a shame that we won't get to watch Losers Bracket round 4. We'll join the Losers Bracket in round 5. So we'll see the winner of Alpine Esports and Monas and the winner of Arena Demons versus Ghost Gaming. But it doesn't really matter who goes through there. We're going to be provided with a very entertaining matchup, and it probably going to be a very aggressive matchup as well, judging by the teams that we have left here in North America. There was a lot of standoffs in EMEA. There was a lot of kind of poke wars, but for the most part, from what we saw yesterday in North America, it was just raw aggression, team fights as early as possible, especially My Little Phony. It's going to be our first game. They said, look, we choose our time, but we're not going to hang around. We're not going to go around, you know, just playing this waiting game, playing around resources, playing around bats, Snorefest. They just want to dive straight in, get in the faces of their opponents, and for the most part, they were successful round after round after round. It was domination, very impressive. Dudes Night Out are going to have to try and keep up with that pace.
Yeah, that pace is certainly going to be quick, and it's going to be hot, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. So that's going to be our first game we go to, as Dan said before we get into loser bracket round 5. Well, we haven't even mentioned Ghost Gaming, by the way. Ghost Gaming, who have been very, very consistent so far in Arena's tournament. They've got to get through Arena Demons 2, who for me are the dark horses, so to speak. The Dark Demons. I don't know if that works, but we're going to go with it. Sorry, Demons 2. I got to throw the 2 on there every single time. Got to show the respect.
Yeah, there's a little bit of history, I think, between Monas and Arena Demons 2 outside of the whole name thing. I think when we were interviewing them yesterday, they said that they used to kind of scrim together, or they played against each other in ranked playlists. That's the thing, like, you've got to realize that once you get to kind of pred rank in ranked on arenas, you are going to be facing against the best of the best, and some of these teams are absolute ranked gods and probably would have matched up against each other at some time or another. But Ghost Gaming's run, yeah, very impressive. They took out Complexity, they took out Sentinels, and now they find themselves with a chance to try and progress into that losers bracket round 5. And we've already seen them be very successful in previous arena tournaments, so I'm sure they'll be trying to do the same thing here today.
All right, well, let's talk about our first game that's going to be coming up. It is the winners bracket final. The winner of this, of course, will be moving through to be our first team in the grand final, where they get to kick their feet up for a little bit and just wait to see that losers bracket play out and see who they're going to be going up against. It's going to be My Little Phony taking on Dudes Night Out, and I think you hit the nail on the head a little bit here. Dudes Night Out have got to be prepared for what My Little Phony are going to bring, because it's going to be heat, it's going to be aggression, it's going to be relentless. They are going to be getting bubbles down, they're going to be getting up in your face, and they're going to be looking to end rounds within 45 seconds.
Oh, I just got a sneak peek at the maps. Did you see that pop up there? That was a little preview. No, Mark didn't see it, but it was there. It was up there in the corner. That was like a hidden code, but I deciphered it right with my very eyes. Yeah, Dudes Night Out, they have to be prepared, but we did see them briefly yesterday. I think we joined them in map number 3 in the winners bracket quarterfinals, semifinals, and they looked good. They looked strong. They looked like they knew how to play the arena game, obviously, and they had a little bit of strategy behind everything. They were comfortable in the legends that they played, so I do think that they can give a game of this. I don't think this is going to be an absolute like storming win for My Little Phony, but if things go out of control, if My Little Phony are just able to consistently win round after round and just really lower the morale of Dudes Night Out, and maybe things can run away in the favor of My Little Phony and we might see a quick 3-0. But we've had a lot of game 5s today. We've had a lot of map 5s today in EMEA, so I'm expecting that to be the same here in North America.
I completely agree. I think we're going to be going down to the wire in a lot of these games, like we saw and like you mentioned in the EMEA region a little bit earlier on. I got to give a shout out to the chat already. I'm seeing some hype. I'm seeing the fans in there. I'm seeing the team The team's been shouted out. I'm seeing G2 going to win this, even though I can confirm I don't think they are because they've been eliminated, so they're not going to definitely win this. We're going to see Ghost fans in there. We've got Mona's fans. No surprise to see the Mona's fans back, by the way. They seem like they're the ultras of Arena's Apex. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, they're the kind of people who turn up to the stadium with the flares out and, you know, basically what I do. Shirt off, body paint, ready to go. War paint sometimes. You know what I mean? You go into the arena, you got to put war paint on, Dan. That's what I do. You've never seen me play Apex, have you? That's how I play Apex, everyone. Shirtless with war paint.
When I played Apex with you, I didn't realize you were playing it half naked and covered in paint, but there we go. That explains a lot, really, if I'm honest, about your performance. But, you know, it's each to their own. Everyone wants to go a different path. I prefer to play fully clothed, maybe sometimes with a suit and tie.
Dressing gown.
Dressing gown at times, cup of tea, maybe some strawberries and cream in a bowl by the side of me. You know what?
Classy guy.
I'm a classy man. Yeah, I am. I play it in a certain way, and that's fine.
Well, I mean, one thing that we will mention, look, full screen down. Oh my God. I mean, they're pulling out all the stops here. We're just giving the people what they want. Dan looks shocked. I've got a big smile on my face. Full screen Dan is my favorite kind of Dan. Apart from, actually, my favorite kind of Dan is actually aggro Dan. Nobody wants to see this. Come on, production. Cut this out immediately. Put Dan back full screen. Much more enjoyable to see. But one thing I do want to talk about is maps, because maps have had a huge influence on the tournament in EMEA, and we saw some teams really favoring some maps, and to be honest with you, struggling pretty bad on some other ones.
Yeah, like a couple of teams weren't a fan of, like Thermal, for example, where it's kind of close quarters, but there's also a little bit of a standoff where you need to have a Gibraltar to be able to worm your way back into map positioning if you find yourself on the wrong end of a certain spawn, wrong end of the circle pool. At the same time, we saw new maps being introduced that haven't been seen in previous tournaments. The Outpost was difficult to watch at times because it is
I think Graceful liked it.
No, Graceful, he used some interesting words to describe it, if I'm completely honest. I won't repeat them on broadcast because they were very interesting, but he didn't really like the fact that it was favored to certain spawns. It wasn't really kind of a symmetrical style map, and you can get very lucky. There's a lot of RNG that comes into the equation, so that's not a favorite map for some of them. But when it gets to the best of 7, it's probably going to be in the map pool, right? You're going to have to see some people playing it. But what we did see in EMEA is certain teams who maybe hadn't practiced arenas as much as others went for these different maps, went for these maps that they just assumed other people wouldn't have played as much of because they felt like they would have a better chance at beating them on them.
And we're going to have to see how the map picks do play out. I'm hearing at the moment the players are in the lobby and we're getting ready to get those map picks sorted. And oh, look at that. It's almost as if I've got the magic of the voice today, Dan. Everything I say comes true, even if my sentences don't make sense. But I got the majority right when I did this. So we're going back to basics here. Dan Gaskin, you have to guess what the first map will be for My Little Phony.
I think it's going to be Thermal Station.
Thermal Station, Dan Gaskin. Gardens. Good to see that. You know, history is starting to repeat itself. Dude's Night Out. Do I get to pick this one? Should I go Dude's Night Out? So let's start with that one. Okay, I'm going to go with Overflow. Oh, I'm not even... You can't doubt me. You cannot doubt me at this point. It's honestly tremendous to see.
Map number 3, Party Crasher from My Little Phony. No, I feel like this hurts. It's tormenting me. I said Thermal for map 1, but I didn't go for it this time.
Dude's Night Out are going to go for Party Crasher. Oh, it's Phase Runner. It's Phase Runner. Okay, I was so close to saying Phase Runner as well.
You'd imagine that this probably will be Party Crasher to finish things off, though. Judging by the maps that have been picked so far, Party Crasher is usually a favourite amongst most teams, so we'll see whether that's correct.
There it is. Is that the first one you've got right today?
First one I've got right today.
Let's take a second, everyone. Round of applause for Dan Gaskin. That's 1 out of what, 15?
Correct.
1 out of 15.
13, but
1 out of 13. Okay, fair enough. It's good from you. I mean, let's be honest. It kind of... that bad form fell off towards the end there, and then you found a new lease of life in that last pick. So maybe, who knows, you could double the amount that you've got in the next series by getting another one.
Perhaps. I won't get my hopes up, I'm going to be completely honest, because it hasn't gone well throughout the entire day. But Gardens is going to be our first map of the day, and well, what we've seen from My Little Phony and Gardens is just pure obliteration. Everyone they've gone up against, they've absolutely dominated. It's been usually what, a 3-0 or maybe a 3-1 if the other team manages to pick one round away. There is strategy behind the kind of crazy quick-paced madness, though. There was at one point where they had the Defensive bombardment. They then forced the bubble from their opponents. They waited for that bubble to dissipate, and then as it did, they threw sky nades. The sky nades then cracked a few players, also sent one player almost spiraling off the map, and then that's when they pushed and they were able to win that round. And they just seemed to be very comfortable on Gardens.
Yeah, it was a map that they seemed to, although it seems like it's sort of, to quote John Cena, ruthless aggression at times from them. It's a little bit more organized than that. It's more of a Triple H, right? It's a cerebral assassin kind of way of approaching things. I'm getting my wrestling things in early here. I got CM Punk one in yesterday. Did you like that one? Yeah. But it's, you know, there was a lot of organization, and we spoke to James Fearless yesterday. He was saying, you know, it's not just a case of running. It's saving your throwables and your utility to use in the most effective moment in the match. If that is the opening break, then they're going to throw the utility if they have the option to. But one thing that really stood out to us yesterday was the play where they had the giving bombardment go down to force a bubble, but then immediately timed when that bubble would go down and then threw those sky nades up as well.
Yeah, you've also got to try and draw the utility out of your opponents at the right time. And sometimes that means by faking a push at times, or taking a position on the map that you know you can quickly drop away from. As maybe we're going to see this one restarted, or maybe they're just having a little bit of fun. I don't know. Something is amiss right now, but we'll soon sort that out. Unless My Little Phony just decided they really, you know, disrespect Dude's Night Out this much that they're going to shoot themselves on spawn.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on. I'm going to be honest with you. I think this is what we call a false start.
Yep. They're not happy about something.
Wait, maybe this is delayed like mega tactics.
They lure them in, make friends with them, and then now they're just going to murder them and take round one. It's a master plan. We've never seen it before in an arena.
I'm going to intensely cast this play-by-play style. Okay. What a dupe here. He's going to take down one. That's the first one. James Fearless falls. Nice shots here with the flat line. He's going to get another as well. And oh my word, it's a clear wipe across the board. Dude's Night Out might be the greatest arena team I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, you've got to question the performance there from My Little Phony. I mean, just dilly-dallying in spawn, not pushing up, not taking the high ground, not going for map positioning. Instead, standing in no man's land, allowing Dude's Night Out to take angle upon angle, get in the crossfire. Just poor performance all around from My Little Phony.
I mean, one thing I loved about it, Dan, is, you know, they went for the mental games. They tried to get inside the head of their opponents. The only problem is tough cookies to crack, these guys, you know. They're not going to fall for those kind of mind games. And you can see with the... I mean, I don't know what's going on, everybody, by the way. I have no idea what's going on. You just joined and you're thinking, these guys have lost their minds. Close. But as you can see, we are going to have a little bit of a lobby reset by the looks of things. And it gives us another chance to have a look at the glory that is the Vistas of Gardens.
Yeah, Fred's been doing well. If you don't know who Fred is, by the way, he is the gardener. He's the keeper of this map. Make sure everything looks nice and luscious, nice and green, or at times pink, like the roses and the petals there are perfectly just in sync with one another.
It's manicured, isn't it?
Like, oh, it's just, honestly, you will never see...
mower.
Yeah, you'll never see a blade of grass out of line there. If you do, Fred's probably getting fired, because whoever owns this place is loaded, by the way. Look at it. This is like a futuristic home that I'd love to just visit and probably stay maybe a weekend. There's probably a jacuzzi somewhere that you don't really know about, a little underground section that has a hot tub, and I'd get my little dressing gown. Nighttime comes, look up at the stars.
You're such a classy guy. Every time you're a man of luxury. You know, you live in a bougie kind of world.
I do.
Whereas I see the luxury of you know, using bubble bath in the bath, and that's just above room temperature. That's my kind of luxury. You know what I mean?
Your bubble bath
really,
is actually very liquid as well. You find anything.
When I say bath, I mean I sit in the sink. Anyway. This is how we're starting today. Apologies, everyone, for having to listen to us babble on, as we have been doing for numerous times during the broadcast, and probably will have to do so again. But this is what happens, you know. We get these false restarts. We've got to get players out of the lobby. We've got to get them back into the lobby. You know, all these things have got to happen in the background while we sit here. So
we were completely serious. We gave you analysis. I gave you everything. I told you what was going to happen. I said the strategy that My Little Phony were going to go for, and then it's a false start. That's not on us, all right? That's on someone else. So instead, you get stories about how I like to take bubble baths, or how Mark likes to take sink baths, or whatever it is. And we'll get to cheesecakes later. EMEA, you missed talk about cheesecakes. You missed talk about Mark
all this to look forward
receiving a takeaway with very little meat inside and a lot of salad, and he wasn't a happy bunny. He was not happy. Look at him. It's still eating away at it.
One thing that happened in the EMEA broadcast is my neighbor just started knocking on my door. Like, it was like the most angry smashing on the door you've ever heard. He wasn't angry. He's just got like apparently like quite a heavy fist. Like it's just, you know, just letting me know. Anyway,
be careful with those neighbours with heavy fists. You never really know what they're going to do.
Exactly. Get up close, personal. Not a place you want to be. But I mean, let's talk about the cladding in some of these buildings down, because it's not just the paneling, is it? I mean, that is 100% genuine mahogany. Actually, no, that looks. Some of that looks like mahogany. Some of it's more of a beech, a little bit of a lighter wood. Also, that toilet looks dangerous to me.
Yeah,
you know, it doesn't look like it support a lot of weight.
Yeah, the plumbing is interesting, if I'm completely honest. Both the sink and the... Wait, actually, was that a sink that you thought was a toilet? Because I think it might have just been a sink, which again...
Hey, look.
makes me question.
Anything's a toilet if you put your mind to it, okay?
Your bubble baths and where you go to the toilet are both in the sink, it would seem. But, you know, it's a different life.
I'd like to stop this, by the way. I like to point out that I shower like a normal human. I bath like a normal human. I have exemplary personal hygiene. I'm just doing it for everyone's entertainment, okay? I feel like that's one thing, one of those rumors you don't want to get started too early, you know what I mean? And I feel like by also slowing it down and stopping it now, it's going to continue to roll in Twitch chat for some time to come, at least until we start getting some action. You know what I mean?
Yeah, action. I mean, it's what we're waiting for. We thought it was there. Maybe there's a dispute now from the opposing team. Dudes Night Out are saying, well, you know, we were ready to play, but My Little Phony were there shooting each other. They were the ones messing around. We won round one. We want a one-round advantage going into this restart. Sometimes players are petty like that. I don't think that would be the case here. But, you know, I like to speculate. I like to throw a few rumors around so that people start questioning each other.
Throwing out the DQs. I'll throw the rulebook at people. No problem. I come from the game battles days.
Yeah, they were rough days.
Oof, dude. You start with the wrong settings and you try and restart before anything's happened. You're already down 0-1 in the series. It's over. Like, it's... What can I say?
Wrong legend.
I'm going to say, everybody.
Imagine if you queued up with a Bloodhound by accident. You've just been playing some ranked play.
DQ. I'd be throwing DQ straight to the admins. Get these guys out. They had time to prepare. Straight out. 0-1. I'll take that map lead. Best of fives. You need it. You know, it's not best of threes anymore. Can't afford to let these kind of things slip.
The best of fives have been a little bit more competitive than the best of threes in this tournament as well, just to kind of actually speak about something regarding the tournament rather than our personal hygiene. We even saw that with Kangana in EMEA, that they struggled in winners bracket round one when it was best of three, but as soon as it was best of five, they got comfortable. And we now can restart this map. We can get into North America. We can get into our winners bracket final.
Apologies for the delay, everybody, and apologies for the way that our brains work. But now we do actually get to commentate some Apex Legends arena action. It's going to be My Little Phony with some aggression, as we would expect. Led by Tempest this time, playing on the Octane, trying to see if he can spy on any players, but it looks like the high ground already given up. We're not going to see a huge amount of utility, as we well know, in this first round. It's going to be more of a brawl between the two teams.
A lot of sliding around, though. Their host is very much trying to get information, trying to spot out people. Seems to have a lot of habits, I'd say, here, but manages to connect with some shots. And there's going to be a crack as well. Is that enough to initiate a push? It doesn't look like it. Not just yet. Fearless is low. Needs to try and bat up here, or at least get some sort of cell inside him.
Going to be climbed on as well. Gibraltar going to be headshotted, though, and James Fearless showing no fear, living up to his name. Going to grapple back up to that high ground as well. As Free Sucks will put down that bubble. Fury now trying to get a little bit of an angle, but you can see that it's getting to the point now, well, after the initial battle, everyone's going to have to just take a few seconds here to get those meds off.
Yeah, I'm not sure the meds were really there on the side of My Little Phony. You could see how Fearless was just waiting, hoping that no one was going to be pushing him, had to just hold his wingman out, had to hold his ground. Hopefully someone on his team was able to give him a cell or two, but no, as I say that, he does go down. My Little Phony down to just one, down to just two, excuse me.
Fury's going to be extremely weak as well. Gets 8 damage onto the Gibby, and it was just kind of one bullet that did the damage. But at the end of things, there's going to be a little flank that comes in, and Dudes Night Out will get the first round on the board. See, we didn't need to restart anything. They got the first round last time. We would have been good. Just carry on.
Yeah, patterns emerge, you know. Dudes Night Out, they deserve their round in the previous one, and they deserve it right here in the restart. And, you know, it's surprising. My Little Phony, they had the high ground, but Dudes Night Out with the poke damage, it was sublime, and they were kind of crawling up the side of the building. They're doing a little bit of damage, dipping back down. They were very quick in going from back and forth to really confuse My Little Phony. My Little Phony didn't really know where Dudes Night Out were coming from, and the surprise attacks then came in. First round goes to Dudes Night Out.
Pack going to go down, and this is when My Little Phony did have quite a lot of success on this side of the map when we saw them yesterday. The first time we saw Dudes Night Out, though. They did show some real signs of aggression themselves. There are some sky nades. Skill Case is going to take a little bit of a wide angle here on the Pathfinder. Any damage is going to be done, but no, but the bubble will be forced early here, which means that any more sky nades that might have been saved are going to be even more effective.
My Little Phony, it would be strange if they did lose on Gardens. I know it's only a round in, but it's always a surprise seeing My Little Phony lose any round with how they played yesterday. James Fearless is taking an angle, trying to do some damage elsewhere so he can give that information to his team and they can all push together, but also knowing as Pathfinder, he can back off when he needs to. And speaking of, Fury sucks. Well, he needs to back off. He needs to bat up. And even though My Little Phony have the high ground again, I don't think Dude's Night Out will be too worried.
Here comes that bubble fight. My Little Phony, usually the instigators themselves, this time are going to be on the back foot and they will go down 2-0. The bubble was perfectly placed, allowing those players to just climb up onto the edge of the high ground to challenge. And now, Dude's Night Out find themselves on map point.
Okay, Dude's Night Out. You know, I've been singing the praises of My Little Phony, thinking that this might have been a little bit one-sided, but perhaps I'm underestimating the Dude's Night Out. We didn't, in fairness to me, we didn't see much of them yesterday. We literally only got to watch one map, so it's hard to see how good they were playing, but you can already see they are very confident in their team fighting ability. Not even had a player go down, I don't think, so far. So really have been just kind of pooping on My Little Phony at this point, to put it in the easiest way.
Well, back to the high ground now. There's going to be the zip line going out as we that's a bad zip line. I mean, when you're down 2-0, the last thing you want to be doing is brushing eyebrows with the blossoms of that tree and finding yourself falling down to that low ground and giving up complete control of the height of the map. Now they find themselves in a real difficult predicament, My Little Phony. And they're going to have to work their way up from that low ground to the high.
And I thought I was in a tough situation with the sty in my eye, but they've probably got a couple of branches just caught in them. Dude's Night Out have very much the advantage now, and we're going to have to see something special from My Little Phony. I think the defensive bombardment just came out, and this might be a chance for them to reposition and try and catch Dude's Night Out off guard.
Well, they managed to get up high. However, the Gibraltar's going to be caught out. Defensive bubble goes down, but Tempest is saying, hey, Kate, I'm not bothered about that. I'm going to be trying to push in. His teammate does fall, but Tempest is now in a position where he has to win this 2v1. Does some good damage. He's got a knockdown shield to play around as well, but it's not enough. And now Dude's Night Out will clutch things up. It will be game, it will be set, and it will be map going to Dude's Night Out.
Well-ity. We're in for a series, I think. Dude's Night Out taking it to My Little Phony, saying we don't care how well you were playing yesterday. We don't care how successful you may have been on Gardens. This is our tournament. We're here for a reason in this winners bracket final. We've taken down some absolute giants in this North American bracket, and you are going to be just another team that falls to us and falls to that lower bracket. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. It's only been map 1, but certainly a dominant way to take map number 1 as well. No kills on the side of My Little Phony, or at least no confirmed kills. Of course, there were a few knocks here or there, but it was all Dude's Night Out in map number 1. My Little Phony, they're going to need to reassess how they want to play this.
They certainly are. Tempest doing what he could in these final moments, but just didn't have the damage done, unfortunately, by his teammates to really convert that into anything deep and meaningful, so to speak, that he can convert into a win. But after a little bit of a full start, we do have our first game of the day done and dusted. So Gardens will be done. And now we'll be moving into our second map of the series, which, if I remember quite rightly, is going to be Overflow, which is a little bit of a worry, because when we have seen Gardens followed by Overflow, or the other way around, vice versa, we've seen the team who won that first map continue that kind of form, because you do have those opportunities to be just as aggressive here with this close quarters map.
Yeah, and they've been straight 3v3 fights on Gardens. If I'm completely honest, it hasn't been like one player really getting caught out and a 2 versus 1, and then the rest of the team just comes and sweep things up. It's just been 3v3, pretty much bubble fights, and My Little Phony haven't been able to keep up with the speed of which Dude Night Out have been pushing, which is exactly the opposite of how I thought this game was going to go, if I'm honest. So we'll see whether that can change on Overflow, but for the most part, you are right. When we see something happen in a fast-paced scenario, it does transition usually quite well to Overflow. So it's a case of whether we see Dude's Night Out continue to jump into the center of the map, goes for those kind of power positions, and if we see their opposition do the same thing. Are My Little Phony going to continue with their aggression, or are they going to say, hey, we need to slow things down a little bit here? Maybe the raw aggression isn't going to work out against Dude's Night Out.
Yeah, one thing that's very important on these slightly close quarter maps as well, especially with some of the head glitches, you see players playing around quite a lot, and you'll see these familiar spots. One of them here on the vents, just looking over towards the central area of Overflow, is nade placement. We saw a lot of it yesterday, and it's definitely something that's developed as the metagame has rolled on down. Players getting used to where they have to throw those nades exactly to get them to drop onto their opponents and explode just as they impact the floor.
Yeah, for the most part with grenades, you kind of get a feel for it, right? And you know just roughly where you need to throw things, but it has got to the point where you can get it down to the T. You can get precise things that you're looking at to ensure that those sky nades are going to drop exactly where you want to. And that's going to happen more and more the further we get into arenas, the further we get into arena tournaments, and people learn these maps, people learn the tendencies of their oppositions that they're going up against, because we're already seeing patterns emerge, we're already seeing tendencies, we're already seeing spots that are favored, head glitches that you say, and people know where the circles are going to be moving to or from once you see the second circle as well. So there's a lot of different factors that come into it when you go into practicing arena, but I'd say one of those is definitely grenade placement.
Well, here we go then. We're going to have to see if grenade placement is important, as it always is. And we're going to have to see who hits the biggest ones and who puts up the biggest numbers on the board when those frags do fall down from the sky. But a little bit of a split of the map early on here. You can see that Dudes Night Out are going to favor the circle side, whereas I would argue it's probably easier to hold the other side and get some free shots. But this does give you the ability to wait for a team to try and push up. But look at this. You can see my little phony already thinking about pushing forward.
Yeah, Dudes Night Out could have shown a little bit more presence outside of this room, and they could have laid down some fire onto My Little Phony and made it very difficult for My Little Phony to be able to push up this comfortably. But the movement from My Little Phony suggested they were quick into getting into this position. They didn't want to allow Dudes Night Out to actually get any sort of advantage in the map.
Oh, Gibby's going to just about get away. My Little Phony had a real opportunity there to get the first knock and give themselves the 2 versus 3 advantage. But for now, Gibby escapes. Vault in the hands here of Verhulst, trying to see if he can peel a player off of this railings behind these 2 pipes. The zone starts to close. Don't worry, he's not standing in the zone. It's a little bit of a hard bug here. He takes quite a lot of damage, actually, as he peeks around that corner.
Slightly different round 1 that we're used to as well, by the way. Flatlines, vaults being purchased. We're not hearing the Mozambique shots rain across the map as we did so much during EMEA. Both of these teams seem to be favouring those automatic weapons. So there's a few wingmen also being purchased. Del Dupe, got to be careful. Dupe gets dropped. And Fearless will get the opening kill.
3v2 then. Fury trying to move up. They've got a little bit more room to work with on the map now. Dudes Night Out, who had a superb performance on our first map, might be able to tie things up here. If they could have just got that knock, it would have been massive as the Gibraltar made the cross. Skill Cakes is going to be down to very, very low HP. The Pathfinder is going to be challenging. So is the Gibraltar, but how weak is he? Not weak enough. One Mozambique shot to get the business done. My Little Phony answer back from a disappointing first map with a much better round 1 on our second.
Nice tracking and nice shots coming out from Dudes Night Out, but unfortunately it was just Dupe going down, getting caught out. That's one thing that my Little Phony have always tried to prioritize, is singling out and isolating players, as most people do now in arenas. We've seen that whenever there is one player that's just a little bit too far away from the rest of the team, you've got to dive on him. You've got to make sure you make that damage count, and you can't let them escape. If you're on the receiving end of it, survivability is absolutely everything. You need to survive for as long as possible. If it's not a case that you actually manage to get away and bat up, then at least give your team a chance to get into a position where they can lay down some covering fire or at least trade you out.
So into round 2 we go, and we've got a few more materials to play with. A few more options for team as far as weaponry is concerned, and certainly some more utility. This is where you start to see frag grenades being used a little bit more. As you can hear, the one ricocheting in the background there over the shoulder of Dupe as he moves his way forward.
Let's go here.
Choosing not to use that shield cell quite yet. Going to wait for a little bit more damage to be done before he has to invest in his own shields. But in the meantime, My Little Phony lose 1. And it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get the trade, although it does actually look like they might have got the trade. So now we find ourselves in this bubble fight. Pathfinder going to poke. Gibby going to say hello as well. And now Dudes Night Out. 3v1 for them. P2020 to correct the shields. Fortunately, has come around that corner and kind of looked the wrong way. Maybe the communication wasn't quite on point here. Tempest with a chance to do a snipe down here, down a 1v3 opportunity.
He did get away, he did bat up, but unfortunately not even enough time to whip his gun out after the bat gets popped. A great response from Dudes Night Out, ensuring that they in fact got the first knock in that round. And I think you hit the nail on the head. You've got to get the trade. If one of your team goes down that early, you need to have someone at least within the vicinity to get the trade. James Fearless, in fairness, almost did, but that's the thing. If on the other team they're able to just dip out of the way, get into a bubble, again, another benefit of being able to have a Gibraltar on your team, then you can reset, you have that player advantage, and the round should be yours. We say should because you did mention the snipe down 1v3, and I'm sure it's something that we will bring up again later on. Doesn't matter too much as G2 are out of the tournament, but certainly that was one of the plays of the tournament.
It wasn't enough to put them through against Monas though, and Monas had the last laugh, so to speak. But here go My Little Phony again, looking for their second round on the board and the opportunity to get the lead and put themselves on map point. The same can be said about their opponents after leveling things up with the win in the previous round, doing some shots. Here comes the bubble. Aggression once again from both teams. Barry being popped by the Pathfinder. The question is, can they get down there before he gets that battery off? They didn't, but the health hills had already been decimated away. The Gibby, excuse me. He's going to be taken down to pretty much no HP, and now Duke's going to walk around the corner. He's going to have a little bit of Gibby on Gibby action, and Gibby comes out on top, no surprise to see.
Tempest will fall as the last player from My Little Phony. And Dudes Night Out take a 2-1 lead and put themselves on match point again. And it is crazy how quick these games can go if we see someone win within the first, 4 rounds, and it doesn't go to 2-2. We don't go all the way to 4 or 5 for one of the teams to find a victory. And Dudes Night Out just seem to be very comfortable in these quick 3v3 engagements. It's when My Little Phony are able to get the jump on Dudes Night Out, able to just get a sheer amount of damage before Dudes Night Out have all grouped together. I think DNO, and I'm going to shorten it to, they've realised that if they just all squad up together, they stay within the same vicinity, My Little Phony haven't really been able to win any 3v3 engagements.
And Skittle Cakes with a beautiful grapple to find himself with early vision and early lines of sight here. And saying that, on the other side of the map, unfortunately, his 2 teammates are going to be left on their own as My Little Phony just hold forward. He's trying to get that battery off, and will do, and be able to drop a defensive bombardment. And James Fearless has managed to pick up that first kill here. However, hello, there's a player just flying inside of this bubble, so is a Gibraltar. And this looks like it could be My Little Phony picking up an equalising round. They do indeed. It's 2-2. And that one was a lot more simple than we have to break down, Dan.
Well, that's just perfect from My Little Phony. They're recognising that they're not winning the 3v3 engagements that are slightly mid-game. It's probably just before mid-game. But if they can surprise Dudes Night Out, catch them before they manage to group up as a 3, before there's any sort of bubble fight to go off, then they do win the rounds. And it was just sheer speed, sheer aggression, sheer W keying that has found them so much success throughout the tournament already that allowed them to get the 4th round and their 2nd round on the board, which takes us into tiebreakers now. It's going to be 1st to 4 rather than 1st to 3, potentially 1st to 5, as you have to win by 2 rounds, unless, of course, it's 4-4.
A big round for both teams here, who are trading blows at the moment. And to be honest with you, the way that Dudes Night Out took that first map in such convincing fashion, it's quite good for My Little Phony. They've managed to at least get a little bit of a foothold here. James Fearless just with a little spray with the Bolt, trying to play aggressor, trying to land some damage on the player that was holding that head glitch. And his Dupe is going to be doing that. Now backing up to the center of the map and trying to retake some angles. Here's some frag grenades. You have to see if he's going to get some numbers. There are a couple of players there, but I don't think he's going to get the hit markers, which isn't going to give him the information. There is a player down there. See where that nade landed, right on that shelf.
Pretty unfortunate, wasn't it? That's like I said, sometimes you just throw a grenade on a whim and hope that it goes in the right position, and sometimes that can go against you. James Fearless is on a slither of health, by the way, and it looks like Dudes Night Out want to try and take advantage of this, but the defensive grenades come out in the bubble. But is it enough? Have they done the damage? It doesn't look like they have.
Well, it's going to be a 2-man challenge around this corner. 2 players caught in a corner and 2 players eliminated. Last player alive is going to be right in front here. That will be him eliminated, and that was a bit of an interesting round, a bit of a strange round from My Little Phony. Not sure if they wanted to go forward, if they wanted to just play a little bit slower, and they kind of got caught between the 2 and kind of got caught in some compromising positions, and Dudes Night Out were happy to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I didn't know if they were doing the hokey cokey or the cha-cha slide, but there was a lot of left foot in, right foot out. Didn't really make a decision as to where they wanted to go, whereas Dudes Night Out, as soon as they saw one player out of position, slightly putting that right foot too far, well, they very much shredded him, and then they pushed in. They gave, I think it was James Fearless, the time to re-bat up, but of course, one full shield doesn't mean that that's necessarily going to be enough to win the fight, because that player is still going to be somewhat distracted and maybe out of position, not being able to have that weapon at the ready. But here comes Dudes Night Out, flying into round number 6, and could be a round that sends them to a 2-0 map lead in this series.
Well, My Little Phony have map positioning here. They have to take some slightly better angles, I feel. They can play a little bit more patiently on this one. As you can see, the zone will be moving towards them on the platform. So all about just getting information now. And there is going to be a little bit of information as Gibraltar makes the cross. Skillcakes has the 2x4, or as I like to call it, the telescope, on his flat line here to try and land a few shots at distance. Very useful to play with. If you've got some ability with that scope, which I find always feels a little bit weird on the flat line, then you can do some decent damage, especially with that little bit of extra range you can get.
Yeah, it does help. Maybe those who aren't quite as well sighted and just need to see a little bit further away. I know that realistically isn't a thing in a video game because it's all at the same pace on the screen. Dudes Night Out, they have just had to wait for My Little Phony to do something here. The defensive bombardment comes out. My Little Phony should be able to comfortably avoid this one, and uh-oh, there's a Kraber in play.
There's a Kraber in play indeed. Care package when we get to these later rounds is absolutely huge, and this is massive for My Little Phony. One shot can completely change the complexion of this round now. It's about finding the shot, and if your Dude's Night Out, it's about not giving that shot away, or at least making him hit more than one consecutively. James Fearless can't really get any angles at the moment. It's just being pinned back here by the pressure that's coming in from Dude's Night Out.
Yeah, the rest of My Little Phony need to give him an opening here. Actually, here's the opening. James Fearless decides he wants to dive in and try and get the kill onto the octane, but it's not quite enough damage. And look how desperate they are to get this first knock.
Dude's going to come around the corner. He's going to be taken to no shields. Dude's Night Out are going to have to retreat here. And we still haven't seen that Kraber having too much of an effect as Duke will fall. So My Little Phony, who need this round, get the first knock. James Fearless will go in to get the second on Skillcakes as well, and they will get that clean wipe. So it wasn't the Kraber, but maybe the fear of the Kraber that allowed them to get some good pushes in.
Yeah, perhaps after they heard that first bullet, Dudes Night Out were reluctant to hold angles and hold My Little Phony out, because actually positioning My Little Phony were in a really tough spot. The circle was going to be tickling their backsides, and Dudes Night Out should have just been able to watch the cross and do damage as they all moved. But as soon as they heard the Kraber bullet, suddenly you duck your head down. You don't want to be showing yourself, and that allowed My Little Phony to show a little bit more presence, push up. They pushed out with the shotguns, did the damage, and it was too much damage in the end for Dudes Night Out to try and recover from, which takes us to another tiebreaker. And instead now we go to first to 5, and this has been a much better map from My Little Phony.
It has, but it hasn't been clean from either team so far. If you compare to what we saw a little bit earlier in the EMEA region, there was a lot more strategy, it would seem, and this is kind of like, okay, let's see what happens, let's see if we can get a knock and then kind of react to it. It's more reactive than proactive. Speaking of which, Dudes Night Out, once again, getting nice and aggressive. There's the defensive bombardment. Was that a stick that came in, or was it just 60 flesh damage? It looks like it's just flesh damage as the defensive bombardment is held off, and all of My Little Phony have been able to reset in this fight.
They have, but James Fearless goes down. Tempest is also pretty low, but there has been a trade blow for blow. So you've got to hit your shots now. Tempest, the last remaining player. It looks like Dudes now might be able to close this one out, which they will. Tempest gets shredded by the Gibby, just floating through the sky. Like, what was it you said? A gazelle yesterday.
Yeah,
which
well, they don't float or fly.
No, they don't float or fly, but I wasn't going to tell you
Unless
that
you
at
put
the
them in a
time.
catapult, and then maybe they will.
I mean, anything will float or fly if you put it in a catapult, I guess.
There you go. Solution to a problem. I give you solutions, Dan. Just give me problems.
You you certainly have a way with words. Let's put it that way. But Dudes Night Out, they're on match point again.
They have a way with rounds, Dan, because they are one round away from going up 2-0 here against My Little Phony, who had all the momentum yesterday, all the aggression, but it's just not paying off. And to be honest with you, it's just aggression being met with aggression. I don't think there's too much to say about it. One team is hitting their shots more than the other, and that's what's paying off at the moment. Skillcakes is going to fly forward. He's going to get free real estate with those going his way. But look at that, 100 from James Fearless. Oh, add them all up. This is every single number you could want if you need to get back into the game. But can they close the ground quick enough to take advantage of this damage? James Fearless hasn't shot his gun yet. He's throwing every single grenade he can find.
Fearless living up to his name, but Yuri Sucks has gone down elsewhere, so Dudes Night Out now have the player advantage. Will find James Fearless a little bit vulnerable there as the Pathfinder. It's down to now just Tempest to try and keep this alive.
He's going to be in Gibraltar, just above him. 163, but it's not enough, and Dudes Night Out will go up by 2 as they close out our second map of the day. Now they find themselves just 1 map away in our best of 5 from moving through to our grand final.
This is a big shock. I'm going to be completely honest, even though that Dudes Night Out have very much earned their place in this winners bracket final, the way in which My Little Pony were winning games yesterday led me to believe that this was going to be a bit more comfortable for them. Even though this was a very close map, it certainly still was Dudes Night Out's. Regardless of win or not, they seem to have a little bit more comfortable nature, let's say. They looked better in the team fights. They looked a little bit more solid. It didn't matter necessarily if they took damage in the early stages of the round. They knew how to back off. They were always watching each other's backs. Whereas My Little Pony looked a little bit messy at times. I think that's always going to be the case with the playstyle that they offer, which is the kind of run and gun style, do the damage, get in, get the kills when you've got the opening. But it hasn't quite worked out just yet, and they're going to need to turn things around, and they need to do it quickly because it's a best of 5, and they already find themselves 2 maps down.
Yeah, I feel like My Little Pony, excuse me, their gameplay and their strategy, so to speak, relies a lot on everything just kind of clicking as a team, right? And if one of those parts isn't quite missing, a couple of shots get missed, then it can be extremely difficult to come back from that. As we take a quick look at the statistics here as they load in from our first 2 maps, no surprise to see a lot more damage being done on the side of Dudes Night Out. But before we get into our map 3, ladies and gents, we're going to take a very quick break. In the meantime, head over to gloot.com as you got some awesome stuff over there. And when we get back, we're going to have round 3 coming your way. Map 3 coming your way. Could be the decider, so don't miss it. Welcome back, everybody, to GLL Arena Summer, and map 3 is just around the corner between Dudes Night Out and My Little Pony. And Dudes Night Out, I mean, they're looking pretty good at the moment, Dan. 2-0 up in the series.
Yeah, you can't really fault the way that they've been playing so far. And there's been a few times when My Little Pony have been able to wrestle some rounds away from them. But it's Dudes Night Out who seem to be the complete package right now. They seem to have the number of My Little Pony and not allowing My Little Pony to play the way they want to, or just being able to out-damage them, if I'm completely honest, because My Little Pony, the way they want to play is they hit you hard in the early stages of the round, they try and catch you off guard, they try and single out one player, and then they just continue to roll with that. They continue to hold the W key or forward on the analog stick, depending on which peripheral you use, and it's worked for them so far. But I think they need to have that plan B here against Dudes Night Out, and they need to find that plan B pretty soon, because here on Thermal Station, if it doesn't go their way, then they will be dropping down to that lower bracket.
Yeah, the concern here for either team, I think we're looking at the map layout when we saw the first 3 maps being picked, is if you don't succeed on one of them and you go down in a fashion like My Little Pony did, you have another 2 close quarters, fast-paced games coming afterwards, and it's very difficult to wrestle that kind of momentum back. There is a little bit more spacing, you could argue, here on Thermal Station, and the opportunity to do a little bit more poke damage, but with the speed that both teams want to play at, I just don't think that's going to be the case. And it wouldn't surprise me to see in our first best of 5 a 3-0 sweep here.
It's entirely possible and quite probable with what we've seen so far. My Little Phony, for me, just haven't offered enough to suggest that there is a comeback here. I will love to be proved wrong, and I'm sure when we chat to James later, if we get the chance to chat to James later, he'll say it was all part of the plan. You know, they just wanted to give them a chance, and then suddenly they smash them 3-2 and they get back into the series.
Well, here we go. My Little Phony having to answer back, and they're going to answer, or at least start this, in a very aggressive and very well-mannered way as they manage to pick up their first kill and get their first knock. Skittlecakes will be taken down and actually killed as well, so a much better start here for My Little Phony as they find themselves in a 3v2, and that was the one way to answer back. Just throw yourselves at people.
Well, that's how they got winning rounds. That's how they achieved a round in the previous map as well. They just ran at them. They caught one player with their pants down. They were able to then follow up by winning the round. I don't think that there's a chance for Dudes Night Out to win this. There should be enough damage from My Little Phony, which there is. MLP will win round number 1. This is what they desperately need. It would do wonders for their confidence if they could go 2-0 up here and give themselves 2 chances at winning this map and getting back into the series, giving them a little bit of belief that actually this isn't going to be just a cakewalk for Dudes Night Out.
Well, for Dudes Night Out, they're probably thinking a little bit about Fuse, a bit like Fuse right now. They're probably thinking, Rado, here we go. This is the kind of thing that's going to be brought to the party. Well, we're good with that, and we're going to answer back with some shots of our own, because that has been the theme so far in this winners bracket final. Just a reminder, the winner of this will go through to our grand finals here at GLL Arena Summer. We're going to have to see if My Little Phony can answer back with a map of their own. Dudes Night Out. Oh, good grenades coming in early, and James Fearless just landed smack bang on the top of a frag grenade outside of that bubble, and now they have no defensive capabilities, and that is a signal to push here for Dudes Night Out. This is carnage.
Such quick rounds between these two teams. They're both playing in a very similar way. They're just trying to single out that one player, but for James Fearless, was he a bit unaware of where the grenade was? Did he think it was inside the bubble rather than outside the bubble? So he was trying to tiptoe between the two to suss it out, but it was a little bit too late. The grenade had exploded under his buttocks, and suddenly Dudes Night Out pounced to ensure they won the round, get straight back into thermal station here. My Little Phony didn't even have a chance to breathe after that first knock went down. A lack of respect, you could say, from both teams at the moment, or maybe just a mutual agreement of let's get this done and dusted. Let's just let whoever the best team win is at, you know, the 3v3 engagements right in the first 30 seconds.
Well, we're tied up at 1-1, and both teams are going to say, hey, what's up? You want to go again? You want to go? Bubble down? Ready? 3, 2, 1. One of you kick the door. Instead, we're going to go with grenades. Grenades on the door, arc stars in hand, and now the carnage isn't going to begin. We're going to have a little bit of a false start. However, Skittlecakes is going to be going in with that arc star, looking for a stick, and everything just happening around this central structure. Skittlecakes going to have the chance to catch one off guard. James Fearless again will go down. Duke's trying to chase down a player himself, and the grapple is going to allow this to become a 2 versus 3. No, it isn't, as Tempest is left on his own now. He will fall, and it all happened so quickly, Dan, that it almost felt like that was over in the blink of an eye. Dude's like,
sorry. Is this a winners bracket final in a professional tournament, or is this ranked matchmaking? Because this is ego chows. There is not really strategy right now, apart from the strategy just being let's run at them, and it's working out for Dudes Night Out. I think My Little Phony are being challenged in their own style of play here. This is what My Little Phony were doing to everyone yesterday. No one really had a response to it. Occasionally a team would win a 3v3 fight, but for the most part My Little Phony came out on top, whereas Dudes Night Out now are just 1 point away from winning this entire series 3-0.
And there's the zip line, which is going to allow Dudes Night Out not only to put themselves on map point and series point and all of the points that you could want, but going to give them complete map control. So My Little Phony aren't going to be able to just run at them this time, as they will just be picked off. A little bit of change up maybe here coming in from James Fearless. You can see a wingman in the hands, which means that maybe they're thinking, we don't have to play this one quite so quickly. We're going to play for a little bit of poke damage. I could be wrong.
Difficult to get the poke damage when those automatics are just drilling you from across the map, and you can see Skittlecakes is desperate to launch himself towards them. You almost have to keep him on a leash at this point. He just wants the queue, wants to get that grapple on the go. And look at Dudes Night Out, like they're not sitting back. They're positioning themselves in a way where they can always keep an eye on My Little Phony. There's the damage onto James Fearless. It's not enough to initiate a push just yet, but they certainly have My Little Phony kind of pinned back into a really tough position.
They certainly do. However, that bubble's going to be used against Dudes Night Out as James Fearless makes the call for his team to fly forward. The trade will come in, however, in a 2v2 situation now. Tempest has got the most HP on his teams. James Fearless has barely any to work with, just trying to land some Eva shots, but now gets up to the high ground just for a second as Tempest picks up yet another one. James Fearless now going to be dropping down with that Eva 8 to try and finish this off, and it's a great response from Dudes Night Out, and you have to say, reactively, seeing that bubble go down and realizing they could use it to cross was really impressive from them.
Yeah, My Little Phony, they had to win the round. They had to go for something a little bit more risque, and they certainly did so, and it almost went against them. James Fearless surviving was huge there. If he had gone down, that may have been the round to Dudes Night Out, which would have been the map and series to Dudes Night Out, but he got away, he escaped, he was able to bat up, and then he could re-engage and ensure that he just cleaned and closed things out. So Dudes Night Out, they're back to all square, 2-2. Tiebreakers, 1st to 4 now. Dudes Night Out won't be, I don't think, too disheartened considering they're already 2-0 up in the series, but still, they may have seen that as an opportunity to get this very quickly done so they could just rest very comfortably in the grand final and just watch the losers bracket play out.
My Little Phony going to have to play from a difficult position again. Bubble's going to be used. There is another one for Fury to use in a few moments anyway, so it's not going to be the end of things here. Skill Cakes has got some arc stars in hand, and he's hungry for a stick, I'm telling you. He doesn't want to shoot his gun. I'm not sure if he did get that stick. He just falls outside the bubble, and it does do a hell of a lot of damage to Gibraltar. Defensive bombardment going to be coming in from Gibby in response to try and create the space, but arc stars exchanged. Most important piece of information now is that there's no knocks until all of a sudden 2 players from My Little Phony fall. James Fearless left last alive. There's a kung fu kicking Gibby flying through the skies, and that is something you never want to see as a player.
Dudes Night Out back onto match and series point here. My Little Phony again just getting caught in the wilderness. 3 players dashed into the middle. Too much damage was taken from the early stages because the angles that Dudes Night Out were able to find allowed them to just put too much suppressing fire down, and then the Arc Star actually just being able to tag for 60 was probably enough to allow them to continue to engage. They didn't have to back off. So My Little Phony have to reassess things again, but I don't think this is going to slow down. The circle is certainly not going to allow either team to slow down. We might see one go for the top of the donut, and it looks like it might be Dudes Night Out, if anyone.
I feel like this is the Apex Legends equivalent of medieval jousting that's going on right now. You know what I mean? There's 2 teams, they're all on horses, and they're just running at each other, and whoever gets hit hardest is going to fall hardest. Duke is going to try and hit some shots on the cross. Does a little bit of damage, but it's only going to be a little tickle to those purple shields that go down. Speaking of going down, James Fearless will go down, and now you're going to see My Little Phony spring into action once more, as they will have to fight a 3v2. One player should be taken down on the crossing to even things up. Great beams coming out from Tempest. However, Fury now left on his own. Manages to hit one shot on the cross to 38. It's a 1v1 hit. Or is it a 2v1? It's a 2v1. He goes down. Dudes Night Out. Close things out in 3. That was one of the quickest series I've ever seen in my life, Dan.
Considering earlier in EMEA, we had map 5 after map 5 after map 5, and it was kind of sudden death after tiebreaker, and then Dudes Night Out walk into NA and say, job done, get out. Easy as that. Get into the lower bracket. Bish, bash, bosh.
I love the way that we just saw that. There was, with all due respect to both teams, as I say, you know, we saw a lot more slow play, tactical, deliberate play from EMEA earlier. This was brawn. This was freedom play from America. I love it. That's what I want to see. Shock and awe.
They were literally just flexing their muscles at each other throughout the entire time. It got to the point where Dudes Night Out were just flexing at themselves in the mirror, just saying, look how good we are. We're in the grand final. We know we're in the grand final at this point because we've just been destroying them in every single engagement. I mean, the observers and the highlight package is literally My Little Phony just getting blasted for the most part. There was this round where I'll give credit to James Fearless, played it really successfully. If he hadn't have survived and got this bat off, it probably would have been an earlier bath for them, and they would have been dropping to that lower bracket a little bit sooner. But in the end, it was still the same result. Dudes Night Out will be delighted. They're into the grand final. They're guaranteed at least $3,000 for finishing in the top 2. But for My Little Pony, they drop down and they will have to play again to try and get into the grand final. They're guaranteed only top 3, and they'll wait for the winners of the loser bracket matchups that we still have left to play.
As you see, a 3-0 sweep across the board. It was all blue as Dudes Night Out secure their grand final spot, 3K like Dan said, which will certainly be a good night out for the Dudes. But My Little Pony, it's not the end of the road. They drop down to the lower bracket. They will have to fight their way back, a little bit like Kangana did earlier in the EMEA region, and sure that they will take some inspiration from what they saw from their European counterparts as they make that move. But I mean, I'm kind of shocked. I think you're right. We watched EMEA earlier, slow pace. Game 5s, Game 7s. We didn't actually have a Game 7. The only series that went to a game, best of 7, got done as quickly as possible. But it was last rounds. It was back and forth. That was 2 heavyweights being told they have 30 seconds to sort things out, is how I feel.
Just everyone throwing haymakers every single round. And, well, the haymakers were connecting. Let's put it that way. Dudes Night Out will be delighted. You know what really excites me is that we're seeing teams who have shown up in the finals of BR tournaments, but haven't necessarily kind of won them, or they haven't necessarily got to the top 3, the upper echelon of the results. But if Dudes Night Out can team fight like that in BR environments, they should be able to obliterate anyone. Imagine if you just had someone who was there to kind of coach them through the rotations and when to push, when not to push, because that's what is a little bit more about how you get the BR victories. But yeah, they were winning. They were winning every single fight. I mean, bar a few that just didn't go their way. I was blown away. That was something that was a completely different series. Not what I was expecting. I was expecting fast, but that was ultra fast.
Yeah, it was very, very impressive from Dudes Night Out. That will be them into the grand finals. And now we will go back to the lower bracket, because we have to follow that journey now to see who will be joining them. And as we take a look at that bracket, we can see some of the teams who are involved. Alpine Esports are going to be going up against Monas, and Arena Demons 2 will be taking on Ghost Gaming. Those games are going on currently as it stands. Give me your predictions of who goes through there, Dan.
Oh, Monas and Arena Demons 2.
That's quick.
Yeah, well,
you just want to see the matchup, don't you?
Yes. I mean,
I'm going to say Monas and Ghost Gaming go through. I'm going to mix it up a bit. I think the Ghost Gaming are one of the most talented teams that we have at Arenas. And I tell you what, if Arena Demons 2 do take them down, that would be a statement from them for sure.
Yeah, it would be. It would certainly say, hey, we're the new Arena Demons. We're here to play. I just want the overarching story to be Arena Demons 2 beating Monas. But that's only going to happen if they both get to losers bracket round 5. But Ghost Gaming certainly could get there. And you know, any 4 of those teams in the losers bracket could also get to the grand final. I think My Little Pony will be confident they can beat anyone in the lower bracket, but there's no reason why any of these 4 teams can't get all the way back to that best of 7.
All right, then it's time for us to go for a quick break. When we get back, we will be joining that losers bracket action, as we've just seen Dudes Night Out march their way into our grand finals. Don't go anywhere. When we get back, plenty more action from Apex Arenas. Welcome back once more, you beautiful, beautiful people, to the GLL Arenas Summer. And it was a resounding victory, I think is the best way to put it, for Dudes Night Out, who find themselves straight into our grand finals with a 3-0 sweep over their opponents, My Little Pony. And we're going to be joined by one of the players now. We got an interview provided by HyperX Quadcast, the beautiful microphone that's over both of our shoulders. It's going to be Verhost on the line. Hello, my friend. Welcome to the show, and congratulations on a very solid performance there.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I did check before we got on broadcast, by the way, because I think I've been throwing a little bit more of a German flair on your name than I needed to. But you corrected me. You make sure I got it right, and it's Verholst. So I'm 100% like on board with it now. Let's talk about the series, though, because that was carnage from our point of view. We were watching EMEA a little bit earlier, and it was a very slow-paced, a lot of methodical, overthinking. Now we're just seeing you two just fly at each other. Was that you making a conscious decision to just match the intensity that was being brought to you?
We were just playing our game, just trying to find angles. Our team loves to play around angles and try and play smart rather than just like force a bubble fight. So that's just our strategy. We try and pick people out.
Yeah, and it worked. I can't really say that it didn't work, and it's just a case of whether when someone else plays a little bit more slow, if that would kind of hurt you a little bit. But you put out, like, I think over 2k damage in that last map. I mean, I didn't get to see what weapons you were buying every single round, but do you have a preferred loadout? Are there guns you do tailor yourself towards?
So I run the Volt every single round on every map. The Volt's like my go-to gun. I train the Volt like every single day in the firing range. So like I'm just way better with the Volt than I am every other gun. So I run that bad boy every single game. And the EVA 8 sometimes as a secondary if I have extra money.
Well, let's talk about what's going on in the finals then, because obviously you've taken the prestigious Apex Legends team name of Dudes Night Out. You've already managed to secure yourself $3,000. What is the perfect Dudes Night Out for Dudes Night Out if you manage to pick up 4K?
Oh man,
I'll put you on the spot a little bit here. I know it's a pressurized question.
I don't know. Probably just like hang out at someone's house. Maybe watch some Apex tournaments back.
Yeah.
Count the money in the bank account. That's what it's going to be. I'd say that's my kind of night out, a night in. I respect that. It's impressive stuff.
Hold on. When I say that I want to like just sip cups of tea on the side while people are partying, you
ain't winning tournaments, Dan. This man's just got to the grand finals.
No,
and see whatever he wants.
He's
put down 2-3K damage on the last match.
Sorry, Verholz, that you have to listen to his nonsense. I know he's just one of these guys. You're going into the grand final. It's a best of 7. You get a chance to kick your feet up now. What we saw in EMEA, though, is the team that got to the grand final first from the winners bracket, they got decimated 4-0, and they weren't able to really show what they did. Are you guys going to kind of keep warm? Are you going to keep playing, or are you going to watch the broadcast? Are you going to study what the other teams are doing?
We might do a little bit of studying, but we'll definitely be playing for the bulk of the time that we have. But yeah, we'll do a little bit of studying. We'll definitely talk strategy. We'll try and figure out how the other team plays and how to play around it. And yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, Verholz, we're going to let you go because you've got some games to get under your belt. You want to get warm for that grand final, the opportunity to call yourself a champion. So congratulations on making it through to the final, and best of luck moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on here.
Thanks,
awesome
mate.
stuff. Awesome stuff. Well, as I say, that interview brought to you by HyperX Quadcaster. Great to hear from him. I've got no idea why my camera has gone like pixelated, by the way. You know what I mean? It's like it's good quality, but at the same time, dreadful quality. So I apologize to everyone.
Hey.
Do you know who I blame? Verholz. Can't believe he's just done that to me. But again, another player that we haven't heard too much about and has come into the scene, and great to hear his perspective. Apologies, but he had to sit between me and you, having a little bit of a Barney there. But you know what?
Can we just readdress
what happens?
Like, we were talking about. No. Wait. Okay. We were talking about Party Crasher yesterday. I was saying I would much rather, chill with a cup of tea, essentially have a night in. He said he wants to watch Apex for a party, have a night in, and you're like, oh yeah, that's a bit of me. I love a night in. But if I say it, it's like, oh, you're not allowed to do that. How dare you?
What can I say? Maybe I'd rather hang out with Verholz than I would you on a night in. That's the truth of it. And in the meantime, we're going to show you the schedule of the games that we've got to come up a little bit later today. You walked into that one, mate. Come on. You're better than that. Not really. I'd love a light in, light out. It doesn't matter what it is with you, Dan Gaskin. You're one of my favorite people in the world. Okay, we've got Dan happy. We've got him back on side, and that's good because we've still got lots of games to bring you. We have the semi-finals of our lower bracket coming up in a best of 5 next. Then we move over to our lower bracket final, and then of course we have our grand final. But as you can see, while we let the bracket play out a little bit, we've got to let those games get done before we know the two teams will be colliding together in our North American semi-final lower bracket. And as you can see here, these are the teams who are playing. Monas are waiting there, and we're just waiting to see if it's going to be Arena Demons 2 or Ghost Gaming. And you picked Arena Demons. I picked Ghost, right?
Yep. So one of us is going to be right. At least that's good. But Monas will probably be kind of not really caring who they face up against. I think Monas are very firmly looking at My Little Phony. They're looking at Dudes Night Out, and they probably want revenge. They're going to have to get all the way to the finals if they want revenge on Dudes Night Out, because that's who knocked them down into that lower bracket. But My Little Phony would certainly be a test, although they still have to get through either Arena Demons 2 or Ghost Gaming. Either way, that losers bracket round 5, which is coming up next in around about half an hour, because we are slightly ahead of schedule after that absolute destruction of a game, the quickest 3-0 we've seen throughout this entire tournament. But it certainly will be worth the wait, because there are going to be two teams there just at each other's throats.
Hey man, look, it's the highs and the lows of upper and lower brackets. Double elimination is great for players. It gives you a chance to reset. For broadcast, it means sometimes we have to keep you waiting, just why we get those other games sorted, and we can't join them in the middle of them, of course, because that's physically impossible to jump in as an observer. But what we will do in the meantime is go to another break. Hopefully you can take the opportunity to get hydrated, stay hydrated if you're already slightly hydrated. Grab some food, get ready, because we've got some more amazing games coming up in just a few moments. But in the meantime, while we go into our break, head over to gloot.com and check out some of today's challenges. Sign up for a free account. You can start competing and tracking all of your stats on the wonderful game that is Apex Legends. We're going to go for a quick break. When we get back, though, we'll have plenty more action coming your way. Losers bracket starts to kick off. Welcome back, everybody, once again to the GLL Summer Arenas program. It's going to be a lot of fun because we are getting into our lower bracket action now. And Dan Gaskin, speaking of brackets, let's bring everyone up to date and show you what games we're going to be bringing to your beautiful faces sat at home. As we can see, we've got a Dudes Night Out. They went through to the grand finals. We've seen that. They've been sitting there waiting for their opposition to join them for a best of 7 rumble a little bit later on. But before we get there, we have to decide who's going to be going through. And I know that, as you say, oh baby, Dan Gaskin, that's what you wanted to see.
We've got the Arena Demons versus the Arena Demons, now known as Monas versus Arena Demons 2. I want to know why the Arena Demons 2 decided they were going to name themselves the Arena Demons 2. Did Monas allow that to happen after they gave up that name? They wanted to originally be called the Monas, but they weren't allowed to be called the Monas. Now they're called the Monas, and this is going to be a little bit of everything, right? We've got 2 really aggressive squads going at each other's throats, and there's also a little bit of history behind it with the names. This is going to be a very exciting losers bracket round 5.
Oh, it's clobbering time, as CM Punk would say. I love talking about CM Punk, everyone. I'm very excited for his comeback. But anyway, let's talk about what maps they're going to be playing, because we do have the map picks ready to go. Dan, do you want to try and redeem yourself, or should we try and talk through this with a little bit more logic than normal?
Yeah, let's talk about it with some logic.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll get Dan to guess who's going to be first. What did Monas pick?
I think they picked Gardens.
Gardens, okay. Monas went Party Crasher. That's 0 out of 16, is that now? 0 out of 16?
No, I've had 1.
No, you got 1. No, sorry, it's 1 out of 16. Arena Demons 2. What did they go for next?
I think they've gone for Phase Runner.
Phase Runner. Thermal Station. 1 from 17 for Dan on map picks. Monas, can I go for this one? Can I guess with one, or do you want to go?
Sure.
You can pick what one I guess, because you think I cheat every time, so I'm good with that. I'm going to go with Monas went for Phase Runner. Overflow. Okay. That was what I was stuck between the 2. What do you think for Arena Demons 2?
Gardens.
Gardens. Okay.
Ooh,
Hillside Outpost. Okay, the first time we're going to see that today. One of the new maps brought into the rotation for the GLL Arena Summer. And then map 5, if we do go that distance, is going to be
Phase Runner.
Phase Runner. Okay, let's see. And hey, I tell you what, you just save the best till last, don't you? You're just trolling all of us. You know exactly what the order is, but you're just waiting. You're just waiting. Keep us hanging on for that little bit of positivity towards the end of these map picks.
Picking my moment. We've got the first map and the last map are like slightly bigger maps, although Party Crashers can very quickly turn into a small map depending on the way you play it. And then Thermal Station, Overflow, and Hillside Outpost are all very close quarters maps, which we have seen teams just run at one another, especially in NA. And Monas are kind of one of those teams. They do know how they want to play. Sometimes it is with a lot of aggression. They do bounce on other teams. They also are one of the teams who has really shown us how to reinvent yourself as a team, especially with a flex player. Just being able to have someone who can transition from legend to legend depending on what map you play. So I'm really looking forward to see whether there's something a little bit different on the Hillside Outpost, for example, that we're going to see. Is there going to be any extra legends being brought out?
Well, it's the battle of the Arena Demons, the original Arena Demons, now known as Monas. Will it be Monas on top, or will it be? Will it be? Let me try not to laugh as I say that. Or will it be, Dan Gaskin, Arena Demons 2?
I think that Monas are going to win this one, but I mean,
almost kept it together. Sorry,
I think Arena Demons 2, like the fact that they were able to get here beating Ghost Gaming has really surprised me.
Yeah.
We've not seen Arena Demons 2 on broadcast, so it's hard to dissect their gameplay. But certainly Aiden the Destroyer on Monas has been a great watch. His ability to move from legend to legend, being their flex player. And also we had a little conversation with him in an interview, and he's pretty confident that they can march their way back through this lower bracket and give it a good go at trying to win the tournament. In a previous Arenas tournament where we saw them get to the grand final, they just fell short, but they made up for that by knocking the team who beat them in that grand final down to the lower bracket of this tournament, and now here they are, a chance to fight back towards the latter stages. So it'll be interesting here on Party Crasher. This is where we've seen them play Valkyrie before, but they were playing Revenant yesterday, if I remember correctly, going for something a little bit different. The Death Totem didn't really pay off. We didn't see the Death Totem actually come into the equation that often, but maybe today is when we will see it actually come to life.
Yeah, it was more the silences that were really doing damage, and just cancelling those abilities of other legends is such a vital thing to do, especially Gibraltar. You don't get that ability to drop the bubble to reset, and if you take early chip damage, if you get silenced as Gibraltar, you really do leave yourself and your team at somewhat of a disadvantage. But we're going to start off quite rightly so with the point of view of Arena Demons 2. You've got Reeds, you've got Oxy Aries, and you've got Luxford, who we did see a little bit of yesterday, if my memory serves me rightly.
We did
but it's going to be Monas who are trying to be aggressive early on here. Dimmy with that Mozambique in hand, he's going to get taken down. Reeds will get the first knock of the day, and now it's going to be another one following that up very closely. All falls up to Rani now. And what I believe might be a 2v1 situation. Look at this movement, though.
I think it's a 1v1. Bangalore on the other side. Rani on the Octane, just trying to dance away. And
it's reload.
Not going to be enough. Arena Demons 2 will take the first. And you are right, we saw Arena Demons 2 play one map yesterday when we jumped into the winners bracket semi-finals. And that's when we saw them drop to this lower bracket. But they'll go up here in the Battle of the Arena Demons. Just very quick, fast, high-octane gameplay, no pun intended. As we were expecting, the flex pick for Arena Demons 2 is going to be the Bangalore. It's the Revenant on the side of Monas, but Arena Demons 2 take the early lead.
Very aggressive round one. Both teams just relying on their ability to hit shots there. And I've got to say, two team logos, pieces of art, NFTs arguably, you could say. Maybe they are NFTs, who knows? But I'm impressed with both of them, Dan.
As you should be. That's what they're here to do, impress you and only you, no one else, no other viewers. Arena Demons 2 have taken the high ground, as expected. When you get up to the Mirage Voyage side of the map, usually both teams just have a little standoff, taking either side of the ship, go for grenades, go for some pre-fire, try and do some damage. Usually the Mozambiques in the first couple of rounds just firing from distance and trying to get those tags 14, 16, because they all add up.
Shield's still going to be popped here by Dimmy just to make sure he's full HP. There's the silence onto the Bangalore, so no smokes available to try and cut off any of these sight lines. Luxford's going to have to back up for a bit, and that's going to allow some map presence, at least maybe, for Monas to try and move up. Means he's going to have to be careful, as now the smokes will be able to be used. A little bit of damage from the smokes as well, but more of those lines of sight being denied now, and the digital threat on the Mozambique is going to be able to cut through that smoke and maybe do a little bit more damage, but Luxford not quite connecting on the shots maybe you would have wanted to.
Obviously, that 10 damage from the smoke does add up if you do just manage to tick away, but the first knock is going to go in favor of Monas, make that the first two. There's going to be one trade back to 2 versus 1, and Monas will close things out and tie this one up 1-1. Both teams just being a little bit patient at the start of the round, but as soon as there was any sort of damage on either side, the team fight, it did unfold in front of us, and it was Monas this time who actually were able to come out on top, and they needed that. I think if they had gone 2-0 down here, this map could have quite quickly gone in favor of Arena Demons 2.
Yeah, once again, the smokes being incredibly effective and influential on that round. Bangalore initially wasn't able to get the smoke out after being silenced, but then just took a few moments to let that silence just wear off for a few seconds before being able to deny all those lines of sight, which not only denies lines of sight for people to shoot upon, it also puts that little bit of worry in the back of your mind that people are going to be walking across, climbing up on you, and you can't get that immediate little bit of visual information. Well played there, well played smoke, doing the damage as we move now into round 3 between these two teams.
Both teams just being aggressive, taking this position, and actually there's going to be one player who's going to get caught off guard here. It's going to be Reeds. Dimmy does get the initial knock, but he's able to get out of the fight as well. So Monas are going to be in a 3 versus 2 advantage now.
Stuff from Dimmy, not the first time we've seen him pick up a couple of first bloods. Ron eager to go in with the Vault this time to take down Oxy Aries. Now it's all up to Luxford again. The only problem is he's got multiple players in front of them, and even though he managed to do some damage, it wasn't enough. And now Monas move on to match point, and we might be setting records here. This has been a quick game.
We knew this was going to be potentially fast, just with how both of these teams have played so far in the tournament. There's the Death Totem being purchased, by the way. The Revenant Octane combo is potentially on the cards here. Hasn't worked out so far. The first instance we saw it, being naded away by the other team, either accidentally or beautifully placed. And on the second occasion, I think the Revenant died before the Death Totem even went down. So I really want to see it work out. At the same time, I don't want to see it work out because it's happened to me far too many times in Battle Royale that I'm quite sick of it.
It's very true. However, let's see how it works out here in arenas. There's going to be an early usage. They're going to get the Death Totem down behind cover. Yes, they are. Into Death Protection go all of Monas, and maybe going to make their opponents groan a little bit as they move up towards them here. Free push, essentially. Are they going to try and be aggressive on it, or are they going to just try and get a little bit of sneaky damage? Dimmy's already been sent back. A little bit of damage is going to be done. Can they get the knock? Yes, they can. That's absolutely massive. And not only the knock, They've managed to get into a position to finish things off by the looks of things. Actually, no, it's just a knock from Luxford. The 3v2 on the map at the moment. Oxyera is taking a lot of damage though, and this is looking like Mona's round to win.
Most importantly, they just need to make sure that Luxford wasn't picked up so that they have the player advantage. Now they will push in. The bats have been used. There is going to be a knock there from Reeds just to tie this up 2-2.
Oh!
Make that 2 versus 1. Rani goes down as well, and Arena Demons 2 suddenly take the advantage.
Yeah, we can call him in Reeds, but it should be all Reeds because the way that he's been playing has been really impressive. Dimmy goes up high now using that grapple. We find ourselves in a 1v1, a 2v1, excuse me. And that is going to be an excellent riposte here from Arena Demons, and it was all down to O-Reeds and some of those wingman shots that he hit. Amazing shots being hit, especially if you consider the fact that Mona's had the player advantage there. But that's sometimes the downside of playing and running the Revenant. Even though, yes, you get the knock, you all get sent back, you all have to then re-heal, or you have to push in. And if you're pushing in straight away, you know the opposition has probably got back up to a full set of both health and shields, and you do leave yourself slightly vulnerable to the counter if they hit their shots, which Arena Demons 2 did. So this is not going to be an easy peasy victory for either of the teams. Instead, we are going to go into our first tiebreaker, and it's going to be first to 4 now instead of first to 3. One thing I will say about Revenant, though, is the heirloom is a thing of beauty. It really is. That scythe. Every time I see it, it just looks sick. Simple as that. Mona's then. After getting that round taken away from them by Arena Demons 2 and the wingman of O-Reeds. They'll need to try and answer back a little bit themselves. We're all tied up at 2-2, so we're not going to have this finish in 3 rounds. We're going to have to get that 2-round clear advantage to all party crashes your own. As the nades do go out, O-Reed's going to take a little bit of damage here. Just going to retreat towards his teammate, who's going to be able to swap out with him the bait and switch. As one will heal and one will pop up just to cover those lines of sight.
Patience here from Luxford, and actually he's going to have the jump here. Just look at that as well.
Whoa!
A little bit of extra patience there. Just holding that trigger, not quite going and giving away his position just yet until he knew he was going to get the knock. And now the rest of the team come through to get another one. And Mona's find himself in a 1 versus 2. Rani cannot survive. Arena Demons 2 will take the lead 3-2 and put themselves on match point.
Yeah, really nice bit of patience there from Luxford. It was almost as if he was watching that player and thinking, do I shoot? Do I show some trigger discipline? But as soon as the climb started, then it gave him those extra shots that he would need to get that knock. And he had to hit every single one of them. Did so with the Vault, and that gave them the advantage they were desperately looking for. So now we find ourselves on match point. Arena Demons 2 with the opportunity here to close things out.
They can find that same pace. They can find those same kind of shots that they've been able to provide in the last couple of rounds. Monas haven't been able to really come up with an answer. The bang really has helped out, and just a little bit of trigger discipline as well from Luxford on that Bangalore. Waiting for the right moment, biding the time, letting the player just fill the reticule. And then it was melt time. Absolute beams coming out of Luxford to ensure that that first knock very firmly went in their favor. So Monas need to respond here, try and tie it up once more.
It's going to be a much slower round here from Monas by the looks of things. Nobody wanted to overcommit, knowing that this is the round that they can't afford to throw away. Otherwise, they will unfortunately be going down 0-1 in this series. Best of 5, remember, all best of 5s until our final today. No best of 3s to speak of, like we saw yesterday. But no one really any significant damage at this stage of the round.
Yeah, a couple of whiff shots. Ooh, there's an angle being made from this left-hand side here. The Revenant over there, but it's been spotted out. O-Reeds will have a little look towards him.
It's going to be big.
The nades coming out in. The Destroyer, though, has recognised the danger, but has he seen the player coming hurtling towards him? I think that 2 players coming hurtling towards him, but oh my word! At least he's been able to do the damage to allow Dimmy to get the trade.
1-for-1 trade across the ball here. 2v2. The smoke goes down again. Luxford going to back up, using that digi-threat as well, just to see if he can do a bit of damage as he does retreat back up to this high ground. Spotted 1 player out, spotted 2 players out, and Rani is going to get the finish. 153 with the Vault across from platform to platform. Is that enough? Yes, it is, as Oxyares will throw the Skynade, and then the final player alive is going to be sandwiched, and Arena Demons 2 will take up map number 1 of the series.
Wow, the battle of the controllers. It goes to Arena Demons 2 in map number 1. I think all these guys know each other, you'd imagine so, considering the Arena Demons versus Arena Demons 2 type thing. But it's Luxford was the MVP for me, if I'm going to be completely honest. Some of the shots that he was hitting, the beams that we witnessed, the trigger discipline at the same time, and also being able to provide that smoke, that cover fire, both in presence with his actual bullets and also just a little bit of smoke to cover those sightlines as well. Monas gave a good effort of it, and I thought maybe the Monas were going to come out on top, but no, denied. Arena Demons 2, they take map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think Luxford had some very impactful moments in that game. I think the play of the game, though, came in from O-Reeds. Those wingman shots where Arena Demons 2 were down. In a 2 versus 3. He managed to do so much damage, managed to knock one, and then also managed to knock 2 almost immediately afterwards to give his team a little bit more of an advantage, and they were able to take that one away. So everyone really stepping up on Arena Demons 2. Everyone had big moments, and for Monas, it's time to forget about this map and move on to the next and try and tie things up at 1-1.
Yeah, when we spoke to Aiden Destroyer yesterday in an interview, we asked them kind of what happened in the winners bracket when they got knocked down to the losers bracket. They said they got down on themselves a little bit after losing map 1, a map that they're used to winning, and they got in their own heads, and alas, they found themselves in the losers bracket because of it. Is this going to be the same kind of situation for them? They were in a match point scenario. They had a 3 versus 2 advantage after the Revenant Ultimate and then weren't able to close it out. Gave the chance back to the Arena Demons 2. Now Arena Demons 2 were able to actually progress from that and take the game. So we'll have to see how the mentality plays out for Monas. Can they refocus going into map number 2?
Really good points that you do raise there. Mentality is always going to be tested, especially even more so, I would say, for Monas with getting to the final last time. There's almost a little bit of expectation on their shoulders this time. And even though they might know Arena Demons 2 very well and how they play, when you get that close to taking home that first place in Arena, something that you spent a lot of time doing, if you suddenly go out before you get to that grand final, that can be a little bit frustrating to deal with. But the one thing that I loved about that game, Dan, is it was played at still a very high intensity and a high pace, and there was a lot more strategy to it than people just kind of running at each other. It was a lot of bang smokes, we saw Revenant silences. There was more to it than just people just flying at each other without really having too much thought process behind it.
I'm fairly certain these two teams would have probably scrimmed each other quite a lot, if not played each other in the ranked playlist at times. So there's going to be an element now in this series of knowing tendencies, knowing how these players play, knowing what kind of legend composition they're going to go for, and knowing which players to try and single out, who you need to take down, who you need to ensure is your priority to focus when you get into those engagements. That is an incredible amount of damage from Rani. So perhaps Arena Demons T, for example, know that we need to get Rani out of the game, or we need to isolate Rani in the early stages. But Arena Demons 2, I'm sure, will be delighted to take map number 1 here, because the expectations would have been on Mona's side. They have performed well in previous tournaments. Top 4 is a fantastic achievement for both of these teams, but top 3 is on the line, and of course a chance at that grand final afterwards.
One thing we didn't point out is, we talk about O-Reeds and that big play, Luxford pitting some big plays, but most damage on the team actually went to Oxyaries. So every single member of Arena Demons really stepping up in that game. And this is going to be a very interesting map for me, because we've seen the pace that both teams want to play at, but is that going to be allowed to happen here when we have areas on this map like Dome where people can control that high ground? We might see some more 30-30 repeaters coming out this time than we did in the previous game. I'm very interested to see what pace they actually take here on Thermal Station, if it's going to be the same kind of intensity, or if we are going to see things just slow down for a few moments here, especially in sort of rounds 2, 3, when we have a little bit more economy to play with.
I think it depends on where the circle goes. I think if the circle does lend itself towards the bottom drill area that you see on your map right now, then people tend to just run at one another, play around the doors, play in the building, play outside of the building. You do get a little bit of a standoff at times where people are just holding that door, especially when there's no grenades to throw and break that door with comfort, or throw grenades into the building to flush people out. But when it is going to be on top of that donut building that you're speaking of, then yeah, people tend to play a little bit more slow, because one team tends to get there first, the other then plays the low ground. Then you have the kind of poke off battle between high and low ground, and then the low ground team has to try and force their way under the donut team. And it is an elongated process that is a little bit stale at times, but then it does accumulate in quite an explosive battle, usually on the mid tier of the donut, or sometimes on the bottom tier.
We'll have to see how that does play out as we head towards our map number 2. Is the early care package going to be something that influences these early rounds, or will it just be left to the players and their own devices and that pure aim that we've seen from all of them in arenas? Now, give me a prediction here, Dan. How do you think this map is going to go? Do you think this is going to be Arena Demons 2 making this 2-0 and put themselves onto potentially match point as we head towards our map 3, or do you think that Monas have got something to say about this series and going to tie it up at 1-1?
I think Monas will have a lot to say about this. I think this is going to be a statement from Arena Demons 2 if we see them go 2-0 up in the series and really kind of stick it to the man, as it were, stick it to their buddies, their controller players. I've even seen in chat, someone's confirmed that they play each other a lot. They scrim each other all the time. They're going to know their play styles. They're going to know their tendencies. So I think Mona's going to come back into this. I think this is going to be a close series because it's going to be very back and forth, where they will know who plays well on certain maps, and they would have picked these maps for a reason. So I'm going to go with Mona's. I think they're going to take this, and we're going to tie the series up 1-1.
Okay, well, maybe some bragging rights on the line then in this case, especially if there's a 3-0 that goes down, or 3-1, or one of those series results that certainly shows one team is dominating over the other. In the meantime, I'll just take a second to mention our awesome sponsors. You got Knocko over there, you got HyperX, you got Legion by Lenovo, and of course you've got G-Loot. Head over to gloot.com to find out a little bit more about that. But we're into our game, into round number 1. O-Reeds on Pathfinder this time, going to be
something good this way.
Flying in to pick up those early meds and dropping off a Phoenix kit to a teammate. And it looks like it might be a little bit of a lonely game here for Monas, as unfortunately Rani played the sad music, everyone.
It's like Home Alone, wasn't it? He's just been left. Everyone else got on a flight, and suddenly he's at Thermal still, saying, "Hey guys, wait, where you at? Are you at Overflow? Are you already on Face Runner? Come back." So that is going to be a restarted lobby. We will come back to Onset's wonderful shiny head,
What's
which
up?
someone
How
said
you doing?
in chat. It's surprising when you get in this situation where you have 6 players who are probably friends, are probably playing each other a lot. You could probably mix these 2 teams in any way, and they would still find success. That's like the situation you have when you play that much. But some of the shots I'm seeing, by the way, I would not want to face up against any of these guys. They just don't miss. Controller or not, it doesn't matter. I still wouldn't be able to do the things they are doing with the controller. Luxford in particular has been absolutely beaming on the Bangalore and looks terrifying, to say the very least.
I'm going to take a moment here. It always frustrates me when I feel like we're just about to get into a game, and I'm sure everyone at home feels exactly the same, and then it's just taken away from us. You know what I mean? It's like someone going, "Do you want the last piece of cake?" And then just before you go, "Yes," they go, "All right, then I'll have it." That's exactly what it feels like. That's me who takes the cake, but it's also me who does that kind of politeness thing of like, "Oh, do you want this?" But my hand's already hovering over it, so it's like, it's mine, basically, is what I'm saying. But if you're on the receiving end of that, I can imagine it's quite horrible.
So you're saying you're frustrated with this experience, but you're also a person who does take that last piece of cake, right? Okay.
I can understand how it is frustrating.
Right. Okay.
Because there's nothing you can do about it, because the person's been polite enough to ask, but at the same time, you knew you were never getting the cake.
Same with like roast potatoes. When it comes to a roast dinner, sometimes like a Yorkshire pudding, there's going to be left. I love Yorkshire puddings. There'll probably be a lot of people in the chat who don't know what Yorkshire puddings are.
What's a Yorkshire pudding? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Because there's probably going to be a lot of Americans in the chat, not many Europeans left, not many English people around. But a Yorkshire pudding, I tell you, it's not much of a pudding. It is nice though. It is something that you have to try with a little bit of gravy. Trust me, if you ever come to England, get yourself a Yorkshire pudding, sunshine. Do you good?
Enjoy it. I remember some people in the chat, story time, by the way, because we've got a few seconds. Story time is one of my favourite times, right? So we had a few of our friends over who are other commentators. We were doing a show together, and one of them, you might know him. His name is Strongside, right? He's a former Halo Pro on Final Boss. Carbon, he was on that lineup way ago. Former esports commentator, still an esports commentator as well. We spent the whole day walking around this place in London. We were exhausted, and I was like, you know what? Bravo was there as well. I was like, let's go for a roast dinner. Now, Bravo was like, yeah, 100%. Let's go for a good roast dinner. And Strongside is like, what is a roast dinner? In his sort of soft tone. And he was not convinced, like, whatsoever. He was like, I want to get just like some good food. I'm not, what is a roast dinner? We're like, we'll go to a pub. He's like, why would we want to go to a pub for food? Anyway, so we dragged him in there, and the man sat there, and when he was presented with essentially Thanksgiving dinner is what we have every Sunday, because we realized that that's really good. So instead of just having it once a year, we're like, we'll have it once a week. And I've never seen a man's face just go from utter, like, I don't want to be here, this is complete disappointment, why have you dragged me here, to just complete happiness. As it was like a really nice, like, rural fire going, he had a little, he had a pint of beer and a full roast dinner in front of him, and he's never questioned anything ever again. Anything you suggest food-wise, he's happy with it.
It's slightly different.
Story
just to
time
clarify,
with
as someone who is half American, right? I was born in the United States, but I grew up in England. I don't really tell many people that, but I've got the passport, so show for it. But Thanksgiving, you have like what? You have yams, which is kind of like sweet potato with like honey and gold syrup, and it's like, I don't know, I've seen people put marshmallows on it sometimes. For the most part, take all the good parts of Thanksgiving, right, and then chuck that into
that's right. Yeah.
You just get rid of all like the kind of rubbish stuff, the kind of overly sweet stuff that you don't really need, and instead you just add gravy and you add Yorkshire puddings, whatever.
And when we say gravy, by the way,
gravy,
not like American gravy, because I don't even know what American gravy is. Like, it's one of the strangest like lies that I've ever been involved with. When someone said, "Do you want some gravy?" and it was a breakfast place in the States, and they just brought over this weird. I was like, "What is this?" I was like,
"You know what the biggest lie is?
Why would anyone ever eat that?" Go on.
Biscuits and gravy, right?
Biscuits and gravy. I'm sure we're triggering a lot of people right now, by the way.
I need to pick this apart because as half Englishman, mostly majority Englishman, we have scones, right? And we love scones. We put jam, we put cream on them, very sweet.
Scones,
and then Americans decide, okay, we can get to that later. But then Americans decide, you know what, we're going to take a scone and we are going to put gravy on it. Not real gravy, but we're going to turn this from a sweet, delicate, beautiful cake that you like to eat. It's like nice and puffy, and we're going to turn it into just some horrible mush that is just unpleasant in general, and it made me very unhappy, as you can tell.
By the way, outside of those two things that I think we brought up, American food is 10 times better than English food. So I think we just, in a true English way here, we just aired our grievances, we put it out to the world, and hopefully you understand where we're coming from. Basically, roast dinner is better than Thanksgiving dinner, and scones are better than biscuits.
Correct.
That was easy. That was it. Apart from that, you got everything on us. We got nothing food-wise.
We do apologise, by the way, if you're wondering why we're talking about the differences between English and American foods. We're still waiting for this lobby to go up. I got lost a little bit in the conversation. I even forgot I was kind of on air. Like, that's how passionate I get about my food at times, especially the differences between English and American food. And there's a lot of differences between our cultures, but for the most part, you have it better. Like, I'll be completely honest. There are things that are better here. We won't get them on broadcast.
Let's not get political. This is a dangerous road to go down, Dan.
So we'll just stick on.
Isn't this Apex really good? We've been watching over the last few days. What's been your favourite match of the last few days? Here we go. Just drag that one back. Quite like my career. Quite like to try and keep it going.
I like the previous series between My Little Phony and Dude's Night Out. There was kind of high octane gameplay, really fast, everyone getting each other's face. I did like the G2 series where we saw them take on Monas. There was just so much action. There was so much to dissect. There was aggression. There was also at the right time, there was passive play. There's a lot of strategic about it, a lot of strategy about it, excuse me. But anyway, we can jump straight into the game finally. Thanks for bearing with us. We don't have to dive off onto tangents anymore, and we're going to get a trade for trade to kick off this round.
We have covered a lot of subjects during the last couple of days of action, and now we're going to go back to Apex, because that is one of the things we know best, and it's going to be Rani left on his own, and it's looking like it might be the end of the round, as Rani will be taken down. Arena Demons 2 will pick up the win, and that will be them going up 1-0 in what was a very high-paced, high-octane game.
I think this would be a massive statement if Arena Demons were able to win map number 2, let alone win, just a couple of rounds here, because, I mean, they had the audacity to take the name Arena Demons off of Monas. I know they're good friends, it's fine. But still, that puts a lot of responsibility on your shoulders, because the Arena Demons, they turned up as an unknown entity, realistically, from what the rest of the pro community knew, and they... apart from the grand finals, they obliterated everyone. If it wasn't for, in my opinion, just a little bit of lack of experience in that grand final, they'd probably win that tournament. Here they are, anyway, top 4 again, and there's a lot of damage being done by these grenades.
Yeah, big damage, and they're trying to push up on it as well. There's another Sky Grenade that's going to go down, that's going to chip away at the shields once more. And you can see that Rani is trying to move forward here to do some more damage. However, he just misses a couple of wingman shots, and that's going to put them in a bad position now as Arena Demons have managed to reset. They've managed to get the first knock now. Luxra goes in with the Mozambique and will pick up one. P2020 in hand as well. That right finger is going to be clicking as fast as possible as Aiden the Destroyer is left on his own in what I think is a 1v1.
I think it's a 1v2, actually. Yeah, you've said that a few times that you think it's a 1v1 or a 2v1, and you're always wrong.
Hey, man. All I'm saying, give us a spectator mode that lets me know, okay?
Yeah, that would help. I mean, to be fair, production are doing their best at the top of the screen where they're actually kind of highlighting which legends die now. So you might be able to track that one a little bit better if they keep up with it. Production, stay awake. I'm trusting in you.
I thought I got away with it then, by the way. I thought I got away with it. Like, now you've just highlighted to me that production are trying really hard to help me as well, and I still got it wrong.
They still Arena Demons, by the way, 1 point away from taking this map.
Now, I can confirm, everybody, if they win this next round, they'll win the map. That's where I am at the moment. Anyway, let's get into this one. Early grapple going to be coming in from O-Reeds. Once again, just working his way towards those meds. And you can see that all of Mona's going to be stacked up upon each other. Reeds is going to get out very well there with that grenade going down without taking too much damage. However, Aiden the Destroyer is going to take a little bit of damage himself, but the wingman shot is going to force that player to back down just for a moment.
I mean, Arena Demons 2 look so comfortable here on Thermal Station. I was very much part of the Plaudit team when it came to Mona's. I was just always singing their praises, and I thought that this was going to be a bit of a cakewalk just because I didn't know as much about Arena Demons 2. I knew that these two teams scrimmed, but I presumed Mona's had come out on top, judging by their performances in previous tournaments. But Arena Demons 2 are here to play, and they have got Mona's very firmly on the back foot. They are cowering with their tails between their legs right now, giving the map up to Arena Demons 2. Not facing them at times, knowing that the damage is going to come out from whether it be Wingman, whether it be the Mozambique. It's all there for the Arena Demons.
Reeds then going to fire through the smoke. Luxford on Bangalore once more, trying to just obscure those lines of sight. And we do have the straight 3v3 still going on now. Digi threat is going to be on that R99. Hemlock in the hand as well, so you can do a little bit of poke damage with that 2 times. If you can land a full burst of that, it's certainly going to be acknowledged by the other team and force a few more meds to be used. Both teams playing on these angles, playing on these head glitches. So difficult to land those clear shots at the moment.
Look at them all swarm, by the way. They're all just running in a train line. They found one player and they want to take him down. Arena Demons say, hey, we need to just get the elimination here so we can have the advantage. Rani was just chased by 3 members, and the player advantage is there for Arena Demons.
Arena Demons then, they have the player advantage. They have a 2-0 round advantage as well. And if they play this one right, they will take home the second game of the series. And in a best of 5, that means they just move 1 map away. Good shots coming in from Lux with the R99. Now he's going to have to swing out, and that is going to be Arena Demons 2. Confirmed as your champions here on Thermal Station. 3-0, convincing, and 2-0 up now in the series.
Wow, 1 map away from knocking out their predecessors, the original, the OG Arena Demons. Mona's just couldn't keep up with Arena Demons 2 in that matchup, and I think they're going to be a little bit disappointed, but I think, from what I've seen, Thermal Station looks to be Arena Demons' best map, if I'm completely honest. That was something else. That is best I've seen anyone play Thermal Station, and we've seen some pretty impressive performances on Thermal.
Yeah, it was dominant, to say the least. Their ability to focus in on one player as well and catch them off guard, really, really impressive. Once again, Luxford being very, very good at getting into positions and sliding out and committing to get those first knocks. But Aiden the Destroyer here, in what was officially, by the way, now confirmed a 1v2 situation, couldn't quite manage to hit the shots he needed to pull off a crazy, crazy play. But that was just 1 map, Dan. 1 map away from Mona's being knocked out by their good friends here on Arena Demons 2.
Come on, Mona's. I just want to get a series out of this. I don't want another 3-0 that we're just kind of moving on to next. I know it would be an amazing achievement for the Arena Demons, but I'd like to see a closely contested match and hope that Mona's can get back into it. I'm sure that they have taken down Arena Demons 2 in various different maps before, so I'm not going to put them without reach, but no kills, no confirmed kills anyway after knocks for Mona's. Arena Demons absolutely obliterating them on Thermal, which means we move to Overflow, another close quarter map, another map which is going to consist of very aggressive pushes in the early stages, I'm sure, and I'm a little bit worried for Mona's, I'm going to be completely honest.
We're going to have to wait and see what happens. We're going to jump into a quick break while the players get loaded into the lobby. In the meantime, head over to gloot.com, sign up for a free account and start competing and tracking your stats in Apex Legends. But when we get back, it could be the deciding map between these two teams who are good friends but enemies on the battlefield.